Hello everyone, welcome in. Sorry for the delay. The bot was just getting rate limited by the looks of it, but we are here. We got apples versus fish. First set of the tournament, already gonna be a banger, I'm not gonna lie. I have been wanting to stream, and I feel like it's an open secret at this point. I've been wanting to stream apples versus fish for quite some time. Or just apples versus any top player in general, because I feel like he has such a distinct playstyle that, like, seeing a guy like this win— oh, the Ferris wheel's already here, hold on. Luckily for fish, I mean, this Ferris wheel doesn't have any glue on it. For those of you that don't know, I think you'll see it very clearly throughout the course of the match, but Rai has a bit of an unorthodox strategy. He likes to place, you know, he likes to play as though he's a noob. He plays just as much chaos in a small spot as possible and prays that that's enough to get rid of the top player. And with Ferris wheel, I mean, the strongest item for this type of playstyle on round 1. Already pretty huge. Alright, Rai, what are we doing, homie? See, he's practicing. He is practicing for the inevitable path when you know the other side gets closed off, but I think there's a little bit of danger here. Because by practicing and dying, I feel like he's showing to Fish that he's not ready for if Fish makes that build. He just revealed his hand, you know? From Fish's perspective, I feel like it's usually pretty risky to just fully close off that top right path there. You know, you don't want that kind of volatility when you're the better player, but now that Rai has shown that that's not something he feels too comfortable with, that is a potential strong build for Fish. Right, this is a very important build. The thing is, when it comes to a strategy like Rai's, it gets so much stronger the longer you go on. So if he wants to find advantage, you know, if he wants to find a way to win, he needs to do it soon. If he gives Rai all the time in the world to just set up his nonsense, no disrespect, it's gonna be difficult. Fish is looking like he might get crushed there for a second, but we're good. Hold on. Okay, first life down for Rye. Oh, and you know what? I definitely... Here we go. Real quick, real quick. Prediction is live. Prediction is live. Okay, Rye getting through it. Still 2 lives left, but I mean... Timer's ticking. Rye makes it through. If I'm Fish, I do see a strong build, but I don't know if he wants to take it. I think that wire placement in the bottom by Fish, it's a little bit risky. Again, when you're playing against someone like Rye, you can't afford, like, any build you make in that section is just going to contribute to his end goal. The more items there are in one small area, the easier it is to just make things too chaotic. If that spike ball weren't there, I think I see a world where you can clip through the block of the cannon. Hold on, wait a minute. Fish, already down 2 lives? I feel like the second a player loses 2 lives, I think that's when the match becomes real. Because right now, like, either player could score. Okay, Rye, only one standing. This is an interesting matchup, because when I think of... Hold on, what happened? Alright, Fish bombing his own wire. I feel like he came to realize the mistake he was making there. Okay, this is going to be this might be a little bit of a wait. I think on the next cycle this should line up though. Help await the glue. Hold on, Fish, just narrowly not getting through. Right? When I think of the good builders, I feel like Fish is, you know, up there with... I think he's up there even with Morphin. I feel like in terms of pure building skill and strategy, I think Fish is one of the very best. But, like... being good at building, it's not like a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. And I think when it comes to unorthodox playstyles, or things where you need, you know, some sort of specific understanding or strategy to get by, I think his strategy is at the top of the list. It's very rare that I see someone who looks like they really have an answer to his style of play. I mean, if anyone can do it, it probably is Fish, but... so far, I do feel like Rye has had the upper hand in forcing what he wants. Hold on, wait a minute. Rye with the fumble! Just walks himself into the spike ball. Alright, if I'm fish, I'm letting out a sigh of relief, but it's not over yet. It's absolutely not over yet. Fish still does need to find something. Okay, good call. Okay, wait, hold on. Rai made a mistake. Rai made a big mistake. By placing that mortar, he actually, he opens up the possibility for fish to bomb the conveyor. I lost a life to the, not the black hole bug, but the same thing. I will say, at a certain point, you do kind of have to feel for fish, because imagine you take a break from the game and you come back to a big tournament after all this time, and this, you just immediately get flashbanged with the most BS setups you've ever seen in your entire life. Alright, still. Now, I would almost argue, you know, from Fish's perspective, it might be worth trying to drag this out to tiebreaker. Because if we get to tiebreaker and you have a bomb every single round, I feel like at that point, you know, you kind of reclaim some of your advantage. It's really hard to play against Rai's style because there's just so many different things acting all at once that, like, you can't really know what to target. But as soon as you're in a tiebreaker and, like, everything that can be placed is placed, every bomb you have, you just have so much information to act on, and you can specifically target the most crucial part of Rai's cycle stack. Okay. The question now is, does Fish see it? Because what I'm looking at right now, that flip spike that Rai just placed, he's going to block off. He's definitely going to block off the crouch under the R saw that we're seeing right here. Because it's just so much worse. Going through the R spike. Okay, wait, hold on. Fish in a great spot here. So close, not gonna get there. Fish looking like he has the upper hand for the first time in a while. I feel like Rai has been kinda running away with it, but Fish is able to find a little bit of stability. Hold on. As I say that, Rai looking like he has a great opportunity to make it through. Just barely, not gonna make it, still alive. But the timing doesn't line up. Alright, this was a huge turn for Fish. And yeah, okay, Rai did end up blocking off the R-spike crouch. That being said though, I mean, getting rid of not only the conveyor belt, but another section of the Ferris wheel, this is a huge turn for Fish. I feel like, if anything, he kind of needs to score right now. Because at any given point, like, Rai could get another Ferris wheel. There's any number of items which could allow Rai to place his BS, and like, on Fish. Beautiful ice placement by Rai. Fish sees it though, hold on. Gets there, okay. could be the round that seals the game. Fish gonna take his time. Good call. Waiting for the glue. And he makes it. What are we doing? Fish, what are we doing? Do my eyes deceive me? Did Fish just go for the swag for no reason, or am I blind and that path is just closed off? Okay, still an opportunity here. Not gonna work on this cycle, but it should work on the next. Not gonna get there. Okay, wait. I am blind. Okay, the top path was blocked off. So Fish unfortunately misses the half block. Right, wait a minute. Yep, okay. Beautiful play by Fish. He spotted ahead of time. That is the one thing I love about watching Fish the most. I feel like, you know, when you're playing against him, he genuinely has a crystal ball. He's just in your head. He knows exactly what you're going to place and where you're going to place it. It's very rare where you have those situations where it's like, you know, Fish has a bomb or Fish has something to counter and his opponent is about to make a move and Fish doesn't get the... As I say it. Unfortunate misclick by Fish. Oh, that could make all the difference in the world this game. This timing's gonna be rough. This timing's gonna be really rough. Oh my goodness. Now, dare I question if this is even... Oh, okay, it is possible, but... It's pretty awful, I gotta say. Wait a minute, Fish makes it through the gap but just doesn't get in there. The Ferris wheel comes at the worst timing. Okay, I mean, the time is ticking. I do think if this goes to tiebreaker, it is solidly favored towards Fish. That being said, Rai gets the black hole. Please tell me. Oh my goodness. Oh, my mic dies halfway through. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was spitting some flames. You missed out, you missed out. There was some good commentary. That is so annoying though. Oh my goodness. Why did it just die? Okay, well, oh my gosh. I mean, unbelievable upset. If you're Rai, you gotta be happy about that one. And I mean, me as the content creator that I am, I will say a part of me was rooting for Rai. I know that as soon as he gets a win on a top player, you know, you can make a video out of that, but... Alright. Alright, they're giving me only 1 second. I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna log in. Alright, we are back. Gonna be playing on Sci-Fi Sickness. Is Lexi just soft locked? What's happening? Alright, whatever the hell is happening with Lexi. Yeah, gonna be a restart. Black screen? What do you mean black screen? I gotta say, I looked at some of the maps ahead of time. Sci-Fi Sickness is like, as far as gimmicks go, this is a pretty crazy map. Still black screen? What do you mean black screen? Why? How? What could possibly be going on here? Alright, we're good now. I don't know why OBS is tripping out. I wonder if it's because, like, I changed profiles. Like, I signed out for the Clever Endeavor Games account and then signed back in. I'm interested to see what kind of strategy can even be used here, because I feel like both Lexi and Tornado have very similar styles. Like, they like the same kind of things typically. Nothing too crazy there. That's by Tornado. I do think it's early enough that something like that's probably not gonna end up mattering. Whoa, hold on. Lexi just sacrificing her lives. She wants the pressure, I guess. 2 lives down. Still, I do think the map is easy enough that it's not gonna be a big deal, but it's pretty hard to tell. Lexi makes it through. Okay, hold on. Lexi with a black hole. I think things are gonna heat up. Oh god, I have no idea how that black hole is gonna work though. I feel like it should still work, but anytime you add multiple black holes into the same space, I feel like it can become so hard to predict how it's gonna work. Okay, and good counterbuild by Tornado, recognizing that Lexi... Okay, hold on. What is this? What is this? It should be possible. It should be possible. Because I think if you slide off from the flower... it works. I don't think they placed it at the same time. I'm gonna be honest, Tornado. I think Lexi placed a lot earlier. That being said, I do think this is possible. Okay, wait. Lexi. Close. I mean, she has the initial jump down by looks of it. Alright, something in that section has to go. The most confusing thing to me, I don't even have any mods that could possibly do that. Like, why are they invisible? Ooh, okay. Okay, Tornado makes it through. Not far behind. That being said, I mean, she does this the hard way. Okay, she does make it through, but like, I think Tornado's approach of baiting out the thwomp first, I feel like that's just so much safer. Oh wow, I don't know if Lexi sees it, but there's a beautiful hover jump you can place here. And I feel like when Lexi is one of the few players who I think is actually good at hover jumps specifically. It's such a rare skill, but oh wow. Is that what I think it is? Are we being for real right now? Alright, I mean this isn't the crazy variant. This isn't like completely unfeasible for a human to do, but I don't know. Same wall, super jump, inner spin, that's a pretty crazy setup. Alright, I feel like that has to go. The question is, like, to my recollection, I feel like Lexi was the one who placed that. Is Toe gonna counter against it? No, it looks like Toe feels that he has bigger fish to fry. Wow, okay, wait, that flower does way more than you might think. At surface level, it probably looks like that flower's not doing much of anything, but Tornado likes to go for the bait with the thwomp. Lexi likes to go straight through. I think, I might be wrong, but I think that is at just the right height to force going straight through with no bait. Okay, wow, so no one counter-building the ridiculously hard setup that needed to make through. I mean, a super inner spin is just not bad. Tornado, I would like to apologize. I was not familiar with your game. That's on me. That's on me. Okay, so you can still bait the Thwomp. It's just one block too low. That being said, I mean, that setup is crazy. Okay, Lexi also making it through. We'll see if she has the confidence to make it through that end section that Tornado just couldn't. Alright. Not gonna get there. It was a little bit too far right. Okay, low-key, if you have a Wrecking Ball, there is a beautiful post-mortem counter build at the top left. If you feel like that setup is too difficult, you can just place a Wrecking Ball to force like a crazy post-mortem. I mean, a cannon works too, but that's, you know, that's kind of boring. Hey, Tornado again, getting the super inner spin. And Lexi not even making it past the first setup. I feel like when it comes to Lexi, she's so good at those kinds of things, but she's also like, honestly, like almost extremely inconsistent, almost violently inconsistent. She is such a strange player to watch because her top end skill is genuinely up there with any of the other top players. I feel like there's nothing you can place that Lexi can't do, but she just has such a broad range of what she is and isn't capable of at times. And normally, like a you know, half block, I feel like that's right up her alley. But right now, just not getting anything done. Now, from my perspective, I mean, that death withholding, I feel like Tornado is kind of starting to run away with it. Lexi's getting a lot of just stray deaths here and there. Tornado looking a lot more consistent in general. So wait, how does this work? What is this? Okay, there is enough time, right? I'm not tripping. Okay, that arrow is, it's so hard for me to tell how difficult that arrow is. Just seeing the desync, I can't tell how much timing you actually have to do it. Okay, I mean, even now, that arrow causing a little bit more trouble than I thought it would be. All players down a life from it. 2 lives remain apiece. That's a real shot. I mean, this is exceptionally difficult, but from what I've seen, Tornado is one of the best players when it comes to that kind of precision. You know, I don't even know how to describe what that precision is. It's just like, it's wire precision, but it's upwards and it's protruding out from the spot you're jumping. I almost feel like we need a specific name for it because I have no idea what to call it. That's probably like the 5th just straight up miss that I've seen so far. Just completely missing the bomb. Overhang wire precision. I like that. I like that. Overhang wire precision. Okay, what is this? What is this, dude? I just don't see a world where this doesn't go to tiebreaker. I feel like the end setup is already difficult enough that nobody's scoring, and then we're just making it harder at the start. What are we doing? Alright, tiebreaker it is. Now, I feel like Tornado has been advantaged all the way through. I don't know if there are many builds, like, is there much that Lexi can bomb here to reclaim that advantage, or is this just looking good for Tornado? Okay, now what's the first thing to bomb? Not a bad play. I think Lexi needs to be really careful here because, like, that setup at the end. All right, so she's willing to just play Tornado's game here. I think Toe has missed it enough times that, like, it's not entirely unreasonable. Wait, hold on, Tornado. Pressure's starting to strike, and Lexi's looking clean. She gets one good attempt at this. Almost makes it, just doesn't pull back in time. Tornado, despite his early deaths, gonna get an attempt here. Not good. Both of them down like they can. Lexi does have 1 life left, but the timer is ticking. I feel like it's been long enough in the round that we're going to see it coming up soon. Speedrunner like Lexi, that might not be enough to put the pressure on. Lexi's blazing through this. Makes it over the cannon. 1 attempt. This is the setup that has kept the entire game at bay. Lexi gonna make it. All she has to do now is get this overhanging wire precision. Listen, you know how I feel about feel about the early GG. I usually, when someone says GG early, I usually hate it. But if you're the one, if you're calling it for yourself, I feel like there's a little bit of aura. I'll say it. Wow, wait, does Lexi wanna rebuild this same wall super jump inner spin? I feel like that was bad move, I'll be honest. Okay, Lexi down. Tornado has a real shot at it here. No longer has to deal with the harder initial precision. Just needs to make it through this one time. Not gonna get there. Lexi, slight lead, 3 lives apiece. Lexi's gonna get an attempt here, but Tornado not far enough behind that I feel like Lexi can just take her time. Tornado, the speedrunner that he is, catching up. Lexi down a life, both of them, the pressure. This very well may be the round that decides the game. All it takes is one. That's not gonna get there. It looks like both of them are using... I think both of them are sprinting and trying to use NST. I feel like just using non-sprint is so much better here, no? Okay, really unfortunate death by Tornado. Timer's up. I think it's not going to be a difference maker here, though. Lexi's not going to get there. Okay, now the question is, are they going to go for the race? I don't know. If you're Lexi, you are in a precarious position. Because so far, Tornado has been advantaged at the same wall super jump inner spins. Okay, and I think Lexi recognizes that. I think deep down, she wanted to get rid of the barrel and just make it a race condition at the end. But as soon as that same wall super jump is back, like... Oh, okay, not same wall super jump. Now it's just a regular super jump. That does change things, but... Toe looking clean. Lexi can't quite flip the wall. And makes it. Tornado down a life. Lexi, very unfortunate that's that wire, but still, she's in it. But 1 life might not be enough. Hold on. Tornado, the initiative is all yours. 1 chance to score. I think this is as favorable as the stage is going to get for you. This feels like a classic Tornado tiebreaker to me. I feel like every time Tornado's in a tiebreaker, he just does whatever he can to keep the map hard. Like, he does not like bringing it to a race condition. I just pray. I pray for your sake and mine that we don't see a double tiebreaker here, but you never know. Close. Both players still trying to figure out, I mean, just the initial arrow. That arrow was available from the start. Okay, Tornado gets through, but dies to the half block. It all comes down to this. Once again, we're back at the setup. All they need to do is get the overhang precision 1 time. Tornado! Unfortunate death. Lexi following super. Hold on! That was almost the craziest post-mortem you've ever seen. I think there might be a world where, with enough momentum, if you get hit into the top of the spring, it could push you into the flag. Okay, hold on, the wire at the very end is gone. This is a race. I believe this should be the final round. Lexi, stop waiting around at spawn. The moment everything hangs on is now. Tornado, honestly, crumbling under the pressure. He's been so good so far with these same wall super jump inner spins, but not gonna get there. Lexi makes it. That being said, one life to get it done might not be enough. Lexi calling her shot, but you've done it once before. Will this time be different? Okay, Lexi makes it through, needs to get the half block, not gonna get there. This match goes on. Alright, if I'm Tornado, I'm making this a race. Honestly, just get rid of the inner spin super jump. Because Lexi, like, I don't know, just dying 4 times in quick succession like that, that's just too risky. I know you feel good about it, but at a certain point, can you really justify? Can you really justify keeping it? Time will tell if Tornado feels good about it. He knows better. He knows himself better than anyone else. Tornado not gonna get there. Alright, listen, please God, this is my one request. Please don't give us a double tiebreaker. Might be the longest tiebreaker I've seen so far. Oh, watch a little bit more of Tornado. I promise you, there are longer tiebreakers. How does double tiebreaker even work? We just do it again. We save the map and we keep playing on. I was thinking of proposing a rule a while ago where if it goes to double tiebreaker, both players lose. Or if it goes to like 15 rounds or something ridiculous. Okay, wait, hold on. I think that's the game. Tornado, I mean, we've seen time and time again that like the pressure is on, and Tornado can, you know, with that high of a pressure, you can kind of die to anything. Point in case. All right, guys, surely we get rid of this super inner spin. The tiebreaker's almost been going on for as long as the real match. Wait, okay, do my eyes deceive me? Did Tornado just make that a Kiata super? Sure did. Oh wow, wait, okay, wait, hold on. Tornado gets the half block, just needs to not die to the cannon. I think that's gonna be the game. And that does it. Tornado makes it through in the end. It's been a long tiebreaker, but finally. Oh my goodness. I'm excited to see this one. Next up, we've got Raito versus Pausia. It's the run back. It's the... Oh my goodness, no way. Alright, we're gonna be waiting just a second. I don't think we need to go to a break or anything. I just need to quickly sort out some stuff, but we will be back. Raito versus Pausia. I want to say this might be the first time they've played since Frostbite, maybe Iridescent, but this is an all-time matchup. Alright, still just waiting a second for Raito to return. I gotta say, I'm excited for this one. I'm really excited for this one. I feel like it's just been so long since we've seen, like, not only this matchup, but just a matchup from this era. I feel like the last year, it's all been Morphin Courts. You know, other players have had their moments, like Fish, Raito, they've had their moments. But it really just has been the Morphin Courts show. But Raito and Palsia, both players from, you know, still the modern era, but a little bit soon, a little bit earlier. See a few people asking about it in chat on YouTube. Feel free to join the Discord. That's my Discord. If you're looking for the competitive BCH Discord, this one. Okay, Raito's here. It's time. Man, it feels good. I feel like it's been a while since we've had a truly stacked tournament where like all of the top players are in attendance. But now we have, you know, Morphin Kreutz, Fish, Palsia, Raito. I mean, the most exciting part for me when it comes to a tournament is like there's a question. You know, who is the best player in the world? And if everybody entered and everybody played at their best, who would come out on top? And while I do like the tournaments where it's, you know, just Morphin and Kreutz battling, you know, I love watching them play, I feel like it's not until you have a tournament where everybody shows up where you can really feel like you're getting an answer to that question. Raito, phenomenal movement so far. I don't know how much that's going to be an indicator for anything. Unfortunate death at the very end. I don't think it's going to matter this early, but... love the gameplay in this map, by the way. Okay, things are heating up. That is a forced 3-wide and a squeeze over that arrow. I think Pausia probably wants nothing to do with that, though. Pausia's a much more reserved style. I feel like a lot of top players really enjoy playing the volatility game and just, you know, speed running, getting the map to a difficult enough state to score. But Pausia's from like a bit of an older era, you know, where people like to play it slow. Keep the map easy enough that you know, enough opportunities will present themselves to give you a real long-term advantage, rather than just playing, you know, to beat whatever's in front of you. Oh wow, okay, this arrow from Raito. Already that's gonna be tough. And again, yeah, Pausia playing this really reserved style. That double arrow would have been hard. I mean, this is still not the easiest thing in the world, getting that squeeze from across the gap, but I don't think Pausia wants to give Raito the opportunity for his mechanical skill to truly shine. I think she wants to keep this slow and try and bog him down. Pausia trying to go straight across, not gonna get there. Players getting through. I mean, still, this end section is like, it's a precise enough jump height that it's not free. I think for players of this caliber, it kind of is, but. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Before I forget, prediction is live. My apologies, Twitch viewers. That's on me. Prediction is live. I'm kind of surprised neither player took the cannon there. I feel like this map is like just asking for a cannon to be placed. Like if you're Raito, for example, there is a beautiful cannon you can place right at that wide jump with the 2 wooden planks. I feel like Pausia's been pretty clearly, you know, a bit less confident with her movement through that section. Oh wait, is this a forced app jump? Wow, oh my god, okay. I think this could very well be a scoring round. Almost getting through. Is the timing of that possible? Wait a minute, Raito gets there, dies at the very end! A death in the home stretch is going to be rough, but still 2 lives to get it done. Pausia with 3. This could be her chance. Unfortunate death to the mortar. Now 2 lives apiece. Raito clearly ahead. This map is long enough that I think the timer's gonna be a factor here. Okay, Raito gets it again. Another death, just barely shy of the post-mortem. All of a sudden, this is flipped on its head. I mean, Pausia does have 2 opportunities, but it feels like she's very clearly disadvantaged with this final setup. And even with 2 lives, with the timer coming into play, Pausia gets there. Raito, 1 opportunity to keep this game even. And he makes it. Unbelievable. Okay, good call by Raito, recognizing that Pausia getting that last setup on her first try. Raito almost losing the match from dying there twice. It's going to be crucial to change it up. You know, on the other hand, I think there is a strong argument for Palkia. Like, even if you were advantaged there, the mere fact that Raito made it means, you know, call me a broken record if you have to, but Raito's adapted. Okay, Raito blocking up the arrow, not a bad play. Raito gets precision, no problem. Palkia, no problem as well. I gotta say, I love this style of match. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, sets like the last one we just watched with Tornado and Aspera, I like watching people make things as hard as they can and trying to get through it, but I think there's something to be said about top players playing more reserved and just, like, hitting things consistently. Like, this map is, for sure, it's not as difficult as the last one. But I think over time, it just allows you to build up a more interesting style of play, where you're not running the risk of losing the entire match from just one single setup taking all 4 of your lives. I think once you're at the top level, that's the exact thing you want to avoid. You don't want that kind of volatility. Hold on. I'm just talking about how it's not too difficult, but look at this. Raito makes it through first try. Okay, wait, that end setup. Wow, that is beautiful. Okay, wait. Raito gets there. Not gonna get the precision though. For a second, it was looking like Palkia might have genuinely lost a point due to the respawn bug. I'll remind her after. I made a mod recently that fixes the respawn bug, but I doubt she has it installed. Raito again making it through. Hold on, now it's just the precision. Okay, Raito completely opting to forego the precision. Palkia does have enough time here, 10 seconds, but I think this is gonna be tricky. Okay, Raito up 1-0. He is looking prime right now. Like, he kind of just isn't missing. Palkia gets a cannon. This could be an impactful build, but what's the play for her? I think more than anything, that setup towards the end is just causing her too much grief. I feel like if you place the cannon just to the top left of that mortar, you could set up an interesting cannon bait, just completely change up the setup, still maintain the difficulty. Okay, looks like Raito's creating some emergent space here. Raito gets it again. Okay, Palkia getting further. I mean, she has a real shot here. She's been struggling to get to this point. I think she was for the harder variant on the flip jump. Palsia 2 lives left. I mean, she has to make it here, otherwise Raito's just gonna run away with it. The crazy thing to me here is, like, I honestly feel like Palsia's been looking pretty good. Like, it's unfortunate, so Raito up 2-0. It's no secret that, you know, Palsia hasn't been at the top of her game for the last year. You know, she's just had other things in life taking her away from the game, but, like, all things considered, I feel like she's looking pretty good right now. But Raito is just a force of nature more than anything. Okay. Beautiful builds by Palsia. I think she recognized that, like, at this point in the game, you need to find a way to bring the difficulty somewhere else and just completely gut that setup in the end. But Raito, I don't think he's going to let it happen. Placing that arrow, immediately taking away, you know, what little advantage Palsia had the opportunity to place. I think, crucially, Palsia just needs to build later into the timer. The fact that she placed her flank right away there, it just gave Raito free reign to do whatever he wanted. All of a sudden, like, that advantage she tried to build up, it's just gone. Raito makes it. Palsia is set up a lot easier now, but she still does need to execute. Gets precision. I mean, she's still in this game, but only 2 rounds left. She has to score twice. With how Raito's playing, I just don't know. I don't know if it can be done. Oh no. Raito getting a bit of a bug. That being said, I mean, I'm not sure that it matters here. You know, if I'm Raito, I don't know if I even want to make the map harder. All you need to do at this point is just make it. Okay, and Raito gets it. He has the AVS down. All he needs to do, get this final jump, and that's gonna seal the deal. Raito taking it over Palsia. Even if Palsia makes it here, that's gonna do. I'm gonna let her play it out here, but that's gonna be the end. Alright, GG. Next up, we're going to be looking at Kreutz versus Tornado. Let me real quick, I'm just going to check in with the bracket and see what matches we're holding. Morphin versus Ocelot. well, I think in the meantime, either way, we're going to be getting Kreutz versus Tornado. Alright, I'm gonna be back real quick while I just sort this out. Alright, let's get into it. Kreutz versus Tornado. I think this could be a really interesting match. Because when I think of the things that Kreutz is good at, I think, you know, precision, I think corner wire jump, I think jump height control. I feel like Tornado, like, there isn't really a big advantage that Kreutz has over Tornado specifically. I feel like everything that he's good at, Tornado is good at too. So the question is, are we going to see Kreutz just try and brute force this one, just win off of sheer skill, or are we going to be seeing maybe a more tactical approach? What is that? What is that? Alright, Tornado not going to accept the player's challenge. For those who are unaware, in competitive UCH, we have a rule named the player's challenge. If you believe that your opponent is making things needlessly difficult to a point where it feels like they're stalling, you can call a player's challenge. Your opponent then has the option either to decline or accept. If they decline, you just remove the placement. If they accept, you have 12 attempts to get the setup. And if you can't get it in 12, you instantly lose the game. That may sound like a harsh punishment, but more than anything, the rule acts as a deterrent. It's just trying to keep people from placing completely unreasonable things just to stall. Okay, Kreutz almost catching a lucky break there. Kreutz is taking a more measured approach here. Completely getting rid of the end screen. The question is, does he have these? He does. Okay. Struggle. This map is extremely short, by the way. Oh my gosh. What's the play here? Like that. Oh, there's a beautiful... If you get a 3-wire, there's a beautiful super jump you can place. Making through with no problem at all. Someone's gotta tell this guy that you're supposed to struggle with this stuff. Okay, I feel like the spring could be pivotal. Tornado really dodging the difficulty here. I feel like it's rare that I see Tornado being the one to nerf things, but I think he wants to wait until he can find a real advantage here. Against a player like Kreutz, it's just so difficult. In terms of mechanical skill and just pure mechanical dominance, I feel like there is no equal for Kreutz. So finding that win condition has to come from something else. It's difficult though. Like, this map is tiny. It's so hard to find a build. Wow, both players, despite not struggling the entire match, now dying to that, Okay, hold on. Toe at the finish line, Kreutz down 2 lives. I feel like this is the exact kind of moment where the pressure takes over. Kreutz, you've been nailing it all game so far. But now, this could be the thing that stands in your way. Kreutz, 1 life left. And Kreutz nails it. Still needs to get this jump height, but not going to be an issue. Okay, he stays in it, but all of a sudden, I mean, the scales have tipped in Tornado's favor. Well, you know, and I guess I should fix the names. Okay, second Wrecking Ball, that could be huge. Okay, Kreutz got his precision. Is that gonna be enough to make a difference, though? precision's hard. Not only do you need to get the precision, but you need to, you know, get it at just the right spot so that you can get a 1-frame jump. Okay, Kreutz makes it through. All I have to do is find a way to deal with these 2 wrecking balls, but it's going to be difficult. Kreutz finds the timing with the cannon, but accidentally gets a spin jump. That being said, I feel like he has a clear advantage here. If he can just make it happen one more time. Almost gets there. See, okay, that's the reason this precision is so difficult. Because, like, you don't have enough time. You're coming down, you don't have enough time to establish a wall slide, so you need to do a 1-frame jump the second you hit the wall. But if you jump from too high, even with a 1-frame, that spike ball's gonna kill you. Oh wow, wait a minute. Beautiful build by Tornado. I don't know how advantaged it is, though. Oh my god. Alright, it looks to me like Kreutz is trying to play for the stability of the tiebreaker now. Because this is so difficult. I think he just doesn't want the volatility of letting Tornado score. I think he wants to make the map hard enough that nobody's scoring to give himself more time to really figure things out. That being said, I mean, Tornado getting close. It's crazy how fast the match can go from, like, this map is easy and both players are hitting it every time to there's no way anyone's hitting this in a million years. All it takes is a couple rounds. I shouldn't say no one's getting it in a million years, because this is Kreutz and Tornado we're talking about. If there's anyone who can hit some ridiculous high-end difficulty setup, it is these two. I think Kreutz wants to bomb. I think Kreutz wants to bomb the wire that he placed, but I think he wants to find more difficulty somewhere else in the map first. Wow, okay, oh my gosh. Wow, wait, ridiculous cannon. Wait, Tornado just narrowly missing? He genuinely could have hit that though. Okay, I gotta say, as much as this is like the exact kind of setup that Kreutz should be advantaged in, even though neither player has made it, or frankly even come all that close, I think Tornado is clearly better at it. If I'm Kreutz, you know, something needs to change, because if this is allowed to go on for long enough, or if Tornado can find a build that nerfs it just enough that he can get through, all of a sudden that advantage becomes a point. Kreutz taking his time, thinking about this. Not gonna get there. Okay, both players with dynamite. What kind of nerfs are we going to be seeing? Oh my god. No, bombing that arrow is ridiculous. If I'm Kreutz, I would think about players challenging that. There's no way. Okay, wait, we have a game. We have a game. Unless it immediately gets buffed again, but... Wait, that's ridiculous. That's one. I feel like we're just back to square one. This is absurd. Oh, wait a minute. I honestly think this might be not like a reverse trigger gate. I don't even know if we have a name for it. But like the first, Tornado needs to go now. You need to go before Kreutz gets there, because if you go and die, then all of a sudden he can take advantage of you activating the thwomp. We just have a standoff. Neither player can afford to be the one who goes first. The only way that you can maybe justify it is if you go first and time it so that the Wrecking Ball stops the thwomp. Okay, Kreutz trying to bargain for this one. I don't think that's gonna work, man. No, Tornado, don't do it. I think this is just gonna go to time. I think neither player wants to be the first one. Okay, and notice how Kreutz found it, by the way. Wait a minute, Tornado finally gets there. But Kreutz found the timing. He went for the thwomp at a timing where the Wrecking Ball blocked it off, so that even if he dies, he doesn't activate the thwomp and give Tornado an easy path. That is that is extremely difficult to do. It's extremely risky, and he still just went for it. All right, please bomb that thwomp. I beg of you. Please, I'm on my hands and knees. Please. My mic died once again, of course. Okay. Definitely what I was hoping for. Okay, wait a minute. Tornado has an opportunity. 2 lives here. Kreutz down for the count. Makes into the cannon, but not finding the time with Wrecking Ball. Still 1 try. Dies. Okay. This is where things get really risky. If you're Kreutz, do you recognize that, you know, maybe Tornado is advantage here and you just want to make things easier and play for the race condition? Or do you think, you know, maybe last round was just variance? It was a fluke. You know, Tornado looks advantage, but it's not real. Okay, wait, that could be a beautiful build by Tornado. Bombing the 1x1. Wow, okay, wait, Kreutz going straight for it. Tornado missing the drop down. This is down to the wire. Okay, beautiful. Kreutz recognizing, like, okay, this is actually really advanced. This is really advanced, and this is the kind of thing that only applies when you're a top player, but hold on. My ramble can wait. Kreutz making it through. Is this going to be the game? And that does it. That does it. Kreutz narrowly eking through in the tiebreaker. Gonna send Tornado to the loser's bracket. Alright, what are we waiting on for the next match? Morphin, right? Is that... Are we streaming the loser's bracket here? Yeah, we are. Okay. So we've got Morphin and Raito, Kreutz and Aimbot in winner's side, but I think we're going to be waiting a little bit, streaming some losers matches first. All right, I'm gonna take a second because I want to go over something that Kreutz did in the last game, because this is a really interesting adaptation that I think only applies if you're like one of the best players in the world. All right, so right here, I'm gonna remove the Wrecking Ball for now, just so I can showcase it. But right here, Tornado was going for this. You align with this block, and then you just fall into the right spot. And like, all you need to do is press left at the right time. It is, you know, it's hard. It's a very low timing, a very small frame window to get it done. Kreutz recognized that, like, if you're just good enough at the precision, it's actually better to do it this way for 2 reasons. A, because you're coming from a lower height, which means you're falling slower. And if you're falling slower, you get an extra frame here where you can press left and still make it. But beyond that, if you do the precision and you know, turn around right here, you start accelerating. You can afford to start accelerating left earlier. Aligning with this block means you're so close to the left spike ball that you have to press left at the very last second. But the tiny difference from your character being here versus here means that you can start pressing left earlier, and you can include that in the curve of your precision. So like, as long as you're good enough at the precision, this is the superior way to do it. But there's only a handful of players in the world who are good enough at the precision where like, it makes sense to do that adaptation. Really, really beautiful thing by Kreuz. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's the thing that won him the game. Well done. Okay, so who are we? I think we might have Pausia versus Tornado now? Or no, maybe not. No, I think we do. Okay, I guess we're getting a lot of Tornado on stream today. Okay, yeah, and for those that are asking, the budget in the top left, I just hosted a building contest yesterday where like you have a set amount of, you know, money, fake money to spend on items, and you need to build a map with those budget constraints. It was fun. It's called a level jam. So not the time. Yeah, Raito, I think we're waiting just a little bit. Because winners is so far ahead of losers right now. I think I want to stream at least one, maybe 2 loser sets before we resume with winners. I think I'll do one. I think I'll do 1 loser set and I'll stream both winners semis and winners finals. That being said, do we have any matches up? Okay, so we're actually going to be getting Numa versus Korma. Or maybe not. Okay, hold on. You might be watching Viper Station. Hold on, wait. Viper Station, what a crazy run. Still in the tournament. One over Devsky, one over Erdas, one over Lucky Cat. Alright, well I guess while I wait, while I wait for the next set to be ready, there's not much I can do. I guess I just... Let's see if there's anything else from the past match that's interesting to look at. Okay, what was it? There's this variant, right? I'm curious. Okay, that's ridiculous. I don't think there's a jump height that gives you the alignment on the box. I feel like this is an easy player's challenge. Am I crazy? That's such a hard setup. That is so hard. I think we have a match? Alright, there we go. Viper in. I think it's Viper. Yeah, Viper against Tornado. Just waiting a second for Tornado to get through the stage fans, but then we'll be good to go. I'll set up the prediction on Twitch. Alright, predictions live. Viper Station against Tornado. Who you got? Say I didn't come into this intending to stream 3 Tornado stages. Alright, let's get into it. I gotta say, I really like this stage. I feel like, you know, normally I am a stickler for split paths, but I feel like there's a lot of interesting gameplay you can create on this one. And immediately, Tornado comes out swinging. That setup is hard. Get the time with the arrow. Hold on, Viper! Incredibly close. There. Okay, Viper. I mean, still 3 opportunities to go for it, but this setup is at the end of the map. I do kind of wonder if the timer is going to be a factor here. Especially if Viper's not willing to go right away. Okay, Viper gets there, not going to be giving up a point this early. I think some difficulty needs to be placed earlier in the map, though. It's kind of scary. You know, when you're playing against a player who's as good at speedrunning as Tornado is, you can't really afford to have all the difficulty concentrated towards the end, especially when you're the worst player of the two. You know, no disrespect to Viper, but I mean, clearly Tornado is a top player at this point. When there's a difficult setup at the end, and you are the worst player of the two, it's more likely that the practice you get in-game is going to matter. And having to practice something at the end of the level where you need to get through everything else first to get practice, it makes a real difference. It isn't just like some small thing. I have won and lost sets off of this exact idea. It's a lot easier, you know, when you practice something at the start of the match. You die, and then you're immediately back in it. You have time to, you know, build the muscle memory and remember what you just did wrong and what you need to change. But if something is towards the end of the map, you can't really adjust in the same way. Wait a minute, Tornado getting a couple unsavory deaths. Hold on. Okay, I mean, Viper has a real chance here, but that precision at the end is going to be killer. Viper, 2 lives. I don't think Viper realizes that you don't need to do the flip jump there. One more attempt. Really unfortunate. I think Viper's jump just got eaten. That might have even been a wall bug. They weren't ready to go for that quick jump. See, if I'm Tornado here, I think at a certain point you really need to question why make it harder. Like, very clearly, Tornado is more likely to make it at the end. But if you bring the game to a tiebreaker, anyone can win. Build Viper, completely mitigating Tornado's build there. He didn't have time to figure out where he wanted to place. Okay, wait, Tornado blazing through. I mean, the end of the map still, Viper has shown that they can do it, but very close, just a little bit too far to the right to get the landing. Goes too fast, doesn't get the 1 frame. Okay, and that's gonna be Tornado's point. We call Tornado forcing the flip jump. Okay, Tornado forcing. Okay, again, I think Tornado is way too good of a player to be making this mistake. Tornado places down the wire, forces the corner wire jump, but he placed it right away. The fact that if you don't place until the very last second, your opponent can just counter whatever you build. And Viper did exactly that. That being said, it might genuinely be advantageous to Tornado to keep this match. Because, like, Viper, I mean, has had a great run so far, but I think there is a very clear gap in skill between these two players. Like, Tornado is a top player, and Viper, advanced level for sure, but, you know, once you're dealing with the best of the best, those kind of gaps just become, you know, an ocean between them. That means that Viper staying in it. Oh, beautiful, beautiful thwomp by Viper. Okay, one thing I will say in favor of Tornado's building, I think a lot of the time people will play to win the match that's in front of them, but if you're Tornado, you know, you're expecting to make it far in the tournament. You're expecting to make it far enough that you're seeing the heavy hitters like, you know, Pausia, Morphin, Raito, Fish, Kreutz. If you're expecting to be playing against players of that caliber, it's not necessarily a bad thing to continuously make it harder so you can get the practice and stay in form so that when you are against players where that's the kind of difficulty you'll be seeing, you're prepared. Tornado, wait, Tornado down 2 lives. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Tornado gets there, makes it through the flower. Not gonna drop a point here, but that was as close as you can get. Oh, wow. How exactly does that squeeze work? Because the hitbox of the spikes on the inside of the thwomp are like a lot bigger than they look. That's the precision. The timing. Okay, Tornado coming close. Doesn't time his jump right. Last attempt. I'm not sure. I feel like normally you can't get that squeeze, but with the arrow, the smaller hitbox of the crossbow, it might be possible. Oh, wow. Okay. Viper taking some initiative here. I feel like so far it's been Tornado making the map harder and Viper kind of nerfing it, but I really like these builds. I really like the state that the map is in now. Wait a minute, Viper. All you need to do is get this slide jump, makes it on, but goes for the runoff when there isn't enough space. Really unfortunate mistake. That could have just been a jump, and Viper would have made it. It looks to me like with these thwomp wall jumps, Viper's found a very real advantage against Tornado. Get the precision though. Viper still 1 life left, and I mean Viper's been making it consistently enough, gets that precision, absolutely nails it, just needs to get the thwomp wall jump and we'll have 1 more shot. Not gonna get there. Viper's 1 opportunity, Viper's ticket out of this game is fading away. I think we're gonna see a nerf from Tornado though. Okay, good call. Tornado recognizing. But again, I mean, it's clear as day at this point, right? Look at what happens. This is the exact same round as before, by the way. The exact same items. If you don't build in the last second, your opponent just gets to counter you. It actually kind of boggles my mind. And I don't mean to talk bad about top players at UCH, but I feel like sometimes people can be pretty neglectful when it comes to like even the most basic building strategy. This kind of stuff matters. This really isn't just a game about hitting things better than your opponent does. It's not a game of pure mechanical skill. Honestly, looking kind of flustered here. I mean, the map is easy enough. Viper could score here, especially now that the end has been nerfed. Viper, 3 attempts at this. Hold on, this could be a huge upset. Okay, good call by Viper, going for the bait ahead of time, gets the jump, makes it. And I mean, this end. Okay, wait, Viper, back in it. By the way, this entire thing, Viper just scored the point because Tornado built before the timer came up. That's it. That's all it takes to lose. UCH is such a volatile game that if you aren't taking every advantage you have, you're kind of working against yourself. And again, Tornado, building too early. This time Viper doesn't have, you know, something that can counter it, but... Tornado coming up short, can't really find a build. Alright, this is where the nerves start to come in. I think one of my favorite things about UCH is the fact that pressure is just so immense. You know, knowing that at any point, you know, one mistake can lose you the game, it creates a pressure that genuinely has such a profound impact on your mechanical skills that, like, you can't just take anything at face value. You can't look at these setups and be like, oh, well, you know, I can practice it in free play and get to 95% consistency. If I place this, it is the right move. It just, you can't really think about the game that way. In the heat of the moment, even the easiest thing in the world can kill a top player. This might be going to tiebreaker. I don't know how many tiebreakers we need to see from Tornado today, but... I mean, if Viper can get this would be a huge upset. Oh, I did not mean to take the block better. Okay, good call by Tornado. Making that precision a little bit harder. Okay, it might not look like it, but this 1x1 box, it genuinely makes the precision so much harder. Tornado nails it. Because before, like, if you run off of that blue block, it kind of just automatically aligns you for the jump. Like, it just works out well. But now, like, you need to do the NST so much earlier that you don't have the time to react to your position. You need to rely on your muscle memory. And I mean, great build by Tornado, evidently enough to take out Viper Station. Tornado going for directly, not going for the one block jump, surprisingly. One shot here. Tornado can keep it from going to tiebreaker, just narrowly not gonna make it. Tornado tiebreaker number 3. And, you know, for anyone who's watching the first tournament, I promise, tiebreakers don't happen this much usually. It does feel kind of crazy. Tornado is yet to not go to tiebreaker. Even when he scores early, even when he has the advantage, it's almost like it's by some act of divine intervention that Tornado just must play a tiebreaker. Okay, these bombs could be crucial though. Tornado opting to make it harder. Viper completely getting rid of the precision at the start, not a bad play. I think we haven't seen Viper make it far enough yet to try this iteration of the Thwomp setup. I feel like it's heavily advantaged towards Tornado, but we'll see. Okay, this is very advantaged towards Tornado. This is very difficult precision. Not only, it's the same thing we saw in the match of Tornado versus Kreutz, where if you want to get the 1-frame jump from the half block, you not only need to hit the precision, but you need to hit the precision so that you're low on the block when you do it. The difference between a successful jump and an unsuccessful jump, like it's genuinely a few pixels. It's so tight. Viper gets the jump, can't get the 1-frame. Tornado has an opportunity now to seal this. There. This is where things become worrisome, because if Viper has shown time and time again that they are so advantaged when it comes to that Thwomp. If Viper can just create an iteration of the setup that's good for them, especially now that most of the difficulty of the rest of the level's gone. Okay, wait, is Viper gonna blow up the... Is Viper really gonna bomb the mortar? Not gonna go. Okay, wait. This is a race. This is the end. This is the end of the match. I think there's no way they don't score in this round. What? All right, my bad. As soon as I say that this is the end, of course, some ridiculous bug happens to kill both of them before they even spawn. Players making it through. I believe this is going to be a race. Players get the squeeze. It's just this precision. Tornado makes it. Is this the game? Tornado! So far ahead, there was no reason to go fast, but Tornado dies. All of a sudden, Viper Station back in it, and when you make a big mistake like that, it's all that much more difficult to make the comeback. The pressure is mounting. Tornado make the same mistake twice, gets through, and that's gonna do it. Tornado in the final moment, taking it in tiebreaker once again. I mean, all things considered, though, like, good stuff to Viper Station. That would have been a huge upset. Bringing it that close against a player as proficient as Tornado is incredibly impressive. Okay, I think next up we have either Kreutz against Aimbot or Morphin against Raito. I say we leave the best for last. I say we do Kreutz Aimbot first. just waiting a second here for both players to get their stage bans in. So I'm gonna take a second. All right, we are here, Kreutz versus Aimbot. Oh, and I'll fix up the prediction for you. I'm really confused by this because, like, I have almost every mod turned off, and none of the mods that I have could possibly be causing this. So confusing. Alright, second time's a charm. Kreutz versus Aimbot. Alright, third time's a charm. What is this bug? Alright, this is ridiculous. What's happening? I've never seen this, like, I've genuinely never seen this bug before today, and my mind says, like, surely it's just a mod that I have installed, but, like, I don't have anything that touches that part of the game code. If it doesn't work this time, I'm doing unspeakable things, I'll say it. What could be causing this? Alright, give me your energy. Give me your energy. We need something special to get this working clearly. Guys, that's a pretty weak display of giving me your energy. I'm gonna be honest to you. Dude, now I'm crashing. What is this? Is this like the map? What's happening? What is going on? It's because you guys didn't. It's your fault. No offense, chat, but this one is on you. Guys, there's no way it doesn't work for a 5th time in a row, right? Oh! No. Alright, I guess we can try a map change. Dude, this is so strange, though. Okay, wait 1 second. I think I have an idea. Oh my goodness, Newt. Thank you for the gift subs, homie. I appreciate you. You're the goat. Uh-oh. Even if I change it to a private lobby, people still join. The 5 subs will help it work. I think that's what we were missing this whole time. Yes! Oh my goodness. It was the 5 gifted. That's all we needed. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's get into it. Kreutz against Aimbot. It's gonna be interesting. Aimbot has been on the rise. I feel like of all the people playing UCH right now, Aimbot might be the biggest grinder. Like, every time I look at Steam and I see, you know, friends who've played recently, Aimbot is like over 100 hours every single time. Like, I think homie hasn't been playing the game for that long, but already at 2,400 hours. Like, that is a grinder. And from what I can tell, I think Aimbot has a very similar style to Tornado, where it's like trying to make things extremely difficult very quickly and just maximizing volatility. Okay, Aimbot almost gets the same wall super jump. I think for this, you need to pay more attention to your visual indicators. I feel like going for an alignment is just a play. Aimbot getting close. I think Kreut's recognizing that it's time to go for the visual indicators. Does he find the spot though? Now, okay, call me crazy, a wide jump is just better here, no? I bet Morphin is in the chat, he's probably saying the same thing. I feel like if I play against Morphin, he does this as a wide jump and he hits it every time. Okay, Kreut's down a life, Aimbot almost gets it, just barely, not high enough. Alright, so just looking at the start here. Okay, so that 1x1 isn't building a corner boost. It was just making it not a same wall super good. Okay, all of a sudden, so much easier. I think both players made it through here. Although again, you know, say it as many times as I need to, the pressure of a tournament can change everything. Aimbot does die but makes it through. No problem with the flip jump. I feel like top players undervalue the cannon. Like, so many times, especially early on in the match, I see players opt for spike balls over cannons, like, it feels like almost every single time. Like, when you haven't built anything, and you want to get to that level of complexity where, you know, you can build a real advantage beyond just tech skill, cannons are, like, the best. Set up a cannon bait, find a way to make something unique. I think taking spike balls by default isn't as strong as a lot of players make it out to be. I doubly feel the same way about wires, by the way. Wires are strong, but like half the time when you see somebody take wires, they don't really have anything to do with it. Okay, wait, Aimbot opting to take the not T-spike, the R-spike here. What can you even do? Where are you gonna find a placement for it? Interesting. Okay, this got a lot harder all of a sudden. Aimbot does get the half block precision. Half block precision is interesting, like especially here. A lot of the time when you're doing half block precision, it's way easier to do it where like you turn back around and jump off of a wall that's facing the same direction as the wall that you jump from. Like it just has more leniency. But like both players here, they're good enough that I don't really want to question them. They're going for the opposite side half block. Like I think it's just way less lenient, but if that's what they feel more comfortable with, who knows? Beautiful movement by Kreutz, just needs to hit this once. And if there's anyone who you can trust, wait a minute. Wait, you don't even have to do the half block. Kreutz almost dying to a quick jump squeeze, but gonna get there. Croit's up 1-0. Okay, now the half block is forced for real. I almost wonder, do you think that Croit's is a good enough player with good enough perception that I don't think he would miss something like that. I feel like if anything, Croit saw that you didn't need to do the half block and he was just doing it to try and trick Aimbot. Because if you can get Aimbot to waste your lives, as long as you have the last life, you have one free shot at a point. And it wouldn't be the first time I've seen somebody do that either. Like, it's a really common thing. I love the way this movement looks. Like when you do squeeze jumps and then immediately jump off of the other wall, do the crouch that you land in the perfect spot, like Croit's is doing right there. It just looks so clean. Okay, Croit's making it through. This is where the king of consistency is really starting to shine. Aimbot still 3 lives left. Croit needs to get the timing of this flower bait down. I almost wonder if it's better to just go for the precision from the flower on the right. I think Croit sees it himself. Okay, nope, there you go. Gets it. Aimbot just needs to clear this perfect L-saw jump, the very one that he just placed down. Oh my gosh, Croit's already up 2-0. I mean, Aimbot, these days, a clear top player. You know, Aimbot, I think, multiple tournament wins over the past, 6-month stretch. But when it comes to a guy like Croit, I feel like there really are just levels to this thing. Okay, beautiful build by Croit. I think a little bit too early for my taste, though. Because now, Aimbot just gets to counter build. Croit, please, you're the rank 1 player. You don't need to... You can wait until the timer comes up, please. Okay, wait, that spike ball feels questionable to me. I think Croit might not go for it. Okay, there it is. Yep, good call. Croit successfully masks his intention, manages to get his build down with no counter. I mean, this is hard though. Okay, Aimbot gets there. Croit's going for the slide off precision? Am I crazy? I feel like that's got to be the hardest way. Also, there is a better path here. Neither player seems to be spotting it. I almost want to avoid saying it just in case one of them's listening in on stream, but... Maybe it's weird because of the slightly smaller hitbox of the hockey puck, but you can just go for like the column jump. Just slide off into that gap, go for the column. Aimbot close, not enough to get there. Okay, I like that conveyor belt. I like that conveyor belt just removing the one block squeeze, forcing something different. I think this is something that would be advantageous for aimbot. We'll see though. First, I mean, you need to make the rest of the map easier. I'm honestly a little bit shocked that Kreutz opted to get rid of the LSAW. Oh, but wait, did Aimbot place the conveyor in the wrong direction? I feel like if you have it going clockwise there, it's a lot stronger. Another top player, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like this is the kind of thing Variety Bear would be insane at. Like, is there a world, like this setup below the hydrant, is there a world where Variety Bear isn't just disgustingly good at it? What is Kreutz doing? Wait, what are we doing? Oh, okay. Okay, actually smart by Aimbot. Both of them just noticed that you can, you know, just crouch underneath, but it's slower. And when the timer came up, like, Aimbot recognized that he has just enough time where he cannot afford to take the slow crawl path. Okay, I mean, all the onus is on Aimbot right now. You need to make something happen. But the problem is like, can you really nerf that middle setup? The rest of the map isn't hard enough to keep Kreutz at bay. Okay, Kreutz gets there. Unfortunately, he gets a little bit too spooked by the hockey puck coming out. Doesn't get a good bailout. Okay, this time, Kreutz makes it. The rest of the map, easy enough. I think he could score here. Is this going to be the game? Kreutz immediately nails the precision. Dies to the RSAW. Crazy death. The game was in his hands. I mean, even so, a 2-0 advantage, 2 rounds left. This is gonna be hard. All right, Aimbot has to score now. Either make it happen or go home. I mean, I guess go to the losers bracket. Aimbot's still in winners. Aimbot wants nothing to do with that. Now, I honestly kind of question Kreutz making it harder at the start here, because I see an argument for, like, making the map any harder than it was might be giving Aimbot, you know, the necessary circumstances to score and put himself back in this game. Wait, Aimbot didn't see it! You're in jail now, buddy! Hold B. Interesting conveyor. Like, you need to time the cannon so that you're not on the glue when it's time to do your job. Aimbot, one shot to make it. Not gonna get there. That's the game. Alright, Croyd's taking it 2-0 over Aimbot. Next up, we got Morphin versus Raito. I mean, you know, Raito versus Palseo, we were talking about iconic sets, but as far as iconic sets go, this is like top 2. This is the top 2 most iconic rivalries that the game has ever seen. I mean, if not for the existence of Kiara and Coldheart, this would be decisively top 1. Just waiting a second for these two to do their bands, and we can get into it. Raito is in here. I think this might be the most awaited match of the tournament. I mean, for me especially, like, of every player in history, of every single matchup, I think Morphin versus Raito is my favorite. Every time these two play, like, it just reshapes the way I look at the game. And I really hope, like, Raito, as of late, he hasn't been playing at his absolute peak. I think Raito will be the first to say the same. But I hope he's playing well enough that we can see another one of these sets where it just changes the way you see UCH. Alright, let's get into it. Prediction is live. Okay, Raito immediately, after watching Kreutz vs. Aimbot, he recognizes that that's a space that you just do not want to have to play around. I think that's a good call. Usually, like, the first build sets the tone of the match a lot of the time. Where, like, sometimes you see matches like Kreutz Aimbot, where they're just trying to make it as difficult as they can, as fast as they can. They want to get to a scoring round, you know, immediately. But sometimes you see something a little bit slower like this, where, you know, Raito sees that there's a space he needs to control, and he just doesn't. You know, you don't need to get the difficulty right now. It's more about setting things up so that when you do have difficulty, it's good for you. How does this work? You can surely you can get a cannon cancel, right? Are they doing it right? Okay, Morphin gets there. Not quite. I don't think they intended to make this as hard as it is immediately. Raito makes it. Okay, Morphin, 1 life. Is he gonna go down on the first round? He is, okay. I mean, I feel like it's just par for the course at this point, that as soon as I, the commentator, say something, the exact opposite will happen. That's on me. I'm sorry for all the Morphin fans out there. My bad. For all the Raito fans out there, you're welcome. Okay, Morphin gets the super jump immediately. He has build advantage here. Alright, so now Raito needs to make a choice. He has 1 barrel, 2 things he wants to nerf. Raito gets rid of the super jump. Does Raito have Terry's? That's the question. Or no, okay, instead of going for the Terry jump, he's going for the super wide jump. Okay, now a lot of you, I think almost all of you won't realize this, but there's a bit of a hidden meaning to that build. There's more to it than you might see at surface value. Raito posted a picture of him practicing that exact setup in the event chat not long ago. So this is Raito's way of saying, like... this is Morphin's way of saying, like, I'll place the thing you practiced and I'll beat you at it. But, like, I mean, it might not be the case. Hold on. Okay, Morphin gets the super jump. Okay, Morphin gonna stay in this. It was looking scary for a second. I think that setup needs to change. You know, when you're playing against Raito, the Maharaga of UCH, the adaptation king, you need to be willing to change the setup, you know, as soon as he shows that he has it down. Morphin has the bomb. Good call. Okay, wait. That is a beautiful build. That is a beautiful build by Morphin. There is so much more depth to that than you might realize. I've been saying all day that you need to wait until the timer comes up to make your build. But Morphin, being the elite builder that he is, recognized the situation. Raito has wires. So Raito doesn't have the ability to counter build if he bombs the barrel, but it's deeper than that. Because not only does Raito could counter build. If he just placed the wires beneath the barrel, then Morphin couldn't bomb it because that would make the setup impossible. Morphin recognized immediately that this was a race condition where he needed he needed to use the bomb before Raito had the opportunity to place down the wires. It's one of those things where, like, you know, placing at the last second, that's a rule of the game. And in order to break the rules, you need to be so good and you need to be so familiar with them that you know when it's time to break them. And Morphin did just that. Unfortunately, for him, not going to be enough to score, you know, not enough to score a point, but it does put him in a state of build advantage. Okay, Morphin going for precision of this. I like it. Gets the black hole. Depending on how he uses this could be very risky. This could be pivotal to the game. Black hole's gonna be everything. Raito nerfs the precision, so Morphin needs to make something strong out of this black hole, otherwise his build advantage is gone. This is scary. Notice how Morphin is placing all of the complex setups towards the end of the level, because when you're playing against Raito, you need to have a game plan in mind for dealing with his adaptations. And placing things like this towards the end makes it a lot harder for Raito to do what he's best at. Okay, Morphin gets there. Raito has 3 attempts. 2 attempts. Okay, Raito makes it. Great bailout by Raito. Almost gets there, not quite. Raito, 1 attempt to do it now. Needs to hit this super wide jump. Not gonna get there. Morphin ties it back up. Wow, what a beautiful play from Morphin. I feel like this game so far has been more tactical than anything. Like, this really doesn't feel like one of those games where it's just about, oh, Raito places the black hole squeeze. Yeah, Morphin not a fan of that, but I mean, as a top player, you need to recognize that that is a possibility. That's something that you can place, and if you don't want to deal with it, you've got to block off that path before it has the chance to come into fruition. Okay, good build by Morph. Good build. Raito sees the correct method here. You have to stand on top of the tire so that as it turns, it puts you into a wall slide. That way you can get the best jump angle. Wow, wait, Morphin just trying to run straight off of it? I mean, it's possible, but I feel like that's so much harder. Morphin missing the 1 frame. Raito, 3 lives. This is all gonna come down to, like, does Raito really have these black hole squeezes? This is unbelievably precise. Raito going a little bit fast. The thing is that in a vacuum, that black hole squeeze is already exceptionally difficult. But as soon as you add the wrecking ball, the timing just becomes so much harder. There's so much chaos. You don't have the opportunity to get yourself in a good position and get ready to properly set up for the jump. So Raito, I mean, that was his round to do it. If there was ever a time for him to come back, that was it. Okay, good call by Raito. Oh, what a match. Every single build that I've seen, it just makes so much sense. Like, it doesn't feel like they're just placing anything for the sake of it. Everything has so much intention behind how it's done. Raito, that 1x1 box, just making sure that Morphin doesn't have the opportunity to bring the setup back with Diamond. Which I think is a good call. Getting rid of the super wide jump has been Raito's lifeline. That's the very thing that brought him back into this game. It's there. Almost. The problem is these black hole squeezes are so dependent on polling. I almost wonder if like a hover jump is optimal here, because normally when I see black hole squeezes, they're from like a much higher. They're from much lower. Like you have more time to get into the right space for the jump. But when you're jumping from so low, you're still moving at the max speed per frame during your jump. So it's kind of hard to get yourself the ideal polling to get in there. It's one of those things where it's like just an invisible kind of difficulty. Looking slightly too high. Might as well. Morphin comes close, gets the wall jump, but can't get the squeeze. Yeah, the black hole squeezes are just rough. Dynamite here would be much appreciated. That'll do. That'll do. You can use glue to free this up. Okay, Raito. Gonna do it for him. Okay, wow, interesting. Yes, Rai and Raito are two different people, just for reference. Oh god, the setup is so strange. Just the fact that you have a big item on the left one changes the timing relative to each other. So this is just always going to line weirdly. Okay, Morphin makes it through. Okay, Raito gets there. Cycle here, good call. Raito stays in it. Still, match is tied. 3 rounds remain. This dynamite could be huge. Okay, and notice specifically, because of the 1x1 box that Raito placed earlier, like normally this would be a slam dunk for Morphin. He'd probably just hover his build over on the left side, and then last minute he would go to the right and set up that super wide jump again. But like, because of that 1x1 box, a seemingly meaningless placement, Morphin can't get the advantage. I'm actually a little bit surprised at how good Raito's building has been this set. I feel like normally, like, not to say his building's bad, but I don't think Raito's building is, like, anything to write home with. I don't think he's up there with the best of the best when it comes to these kind of things. But, I mean, this set, he's proving me wrong. He's doing everything you should be doing, and then some. He gets there Morphin as well. Both players really struggling to find difficulty here. I think the entire match is centralized around... I mean, originally it was centralized around 2 spots, but now that one of those spots is just out of commission, the only place you can really build enough difficulty to score at this level is placing where other items are. You can't just place a single spike ball or a single wire in a map like this and find something real. So my question now is, like, there's only 2 rounds left. Do either of them have enough time to place something, like, preemptive? Okay, Morphin, mouse slip at the very end, unfortunate. But he does get the Wrecking Ball. Okay, as far as items that can make the difference go, Wrecking Ball is probably the best you could have found here. It's either Wrecking Ball or Ferris Wheel. In such an enclosed space, you need something that can affect you through the walls. Raito, first try, makes it through the Wrecking Balls. The pressure is on for Morphin. He's starting to struggle with the 3-wide. I think the pressure is really mounting. jump too high. Thankfully, still makes it through. Okay, and beautiful recognition, by the way, to go in the cannon such that you get shot out between the two wrecking balls. It's one of those things, I think it's hard to see through the desync. But incredible nonetheless. Alright, we are down to the wire here. 1 round remaining. Morphin, I think using a black hole to change up the setup that he's struggling with, I think that's the right play. But, like, he's placing it too early. It's a rookie mistake from Morphin. Unless he really felt like Raito had something strong with that R spike and he wanted to just bait it out. Okay, we've got a mortar. Oh my god, wait. Wait, this wrecking ball is genius. If Raito places it, I think that could do it. Doesn't seem so sure of himself, though. Yeah, okay, he didn't feel confident. But the wrecking ball he had placed down was out of pure recognition that Morphin was timing the cannon to go between the wrecking balls. So placing that third wrecking ball removed the space between the two of them. And all of a sudden, you have to go all at once, the same way that Raito's been doing it so far. Morphin not going to get the timing. Listen, we've had a lot of tiebreakers today. Are we going to see another one? I mean, if it's going to be a tiebreaker between anyone, I would want it to be between Morphin and Raito. Hold on, Raito just barely can't get the timing. That could have been it. Both of them down to 1 life. This is the final round. If either player makes it here, I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Morphin not going to make it. Raito now has a chance. Raito gets through. In the home stretch, Raito is advancing to grand finals over Morphin. It's been a while, honestly. It has been a while where Raito hasn't truly felt like the best of the best, like a tier 1 player, but all of a sudden Raito is going to be in grand finals against Kreutz. In winners finals against Kreutz. Unbelievable. Wow. I mean, okay, what did I say? Every time these two play, it's lightning. It's beautiful. I think the biggest difference maker today is that Morphin didn't really outbuild Raito. He didn't have the opportunity to. So let me quickly check in. Let me see what matches we're looking at, because I think we're going to stream at least one loser set before we do winners finals. You know what? No. Let's do winners finals now. Alright, we got Raito versus Kreutz. We're gonna be playing on Sci-Fi Sickness. Is this the map with the arrows? Okay, hold on. I feel like this could be a really strong map for Raito. Because it does have some things. It does have some areas where Kreutz's strengths can come through, but I feel like Raito's been demonstrating for a while now that he is good at space control. If he recognizes that there's an area where his opponent could have something good, he doesn't hesitate to just get rid of it early on. So then the question becomes, like, can Kreutz find a round 1 placement? Because if he can find a good placement before Raito has the opportunity to limit that space, it could change everything. Raito here. reset is good. Alright, let's get into it. Winners finals. I gotta say, I was expecting, and I think a lot of people were expecting this winners finals to be, you know, Morphin Kreutz. And as much as I'm a Morphin fan, don't get me wrong, I am happy to see a Kreutz Raito winners finals. I feel like it's been a while since we've had one. Okay, both players immediately getting to spring. Kreutz, I think, giving away his intentions a little bit too early here. There's something really interesting about this map that I'm just noticing now. So normally if you have like a whole bunch of, you know, potential half block setups, if you're Raito against Kreutz, you want to get rid of that immediately. But this map, because it has like the strange arrows and the black hole section, I see a real world where it actually makes sense for Kreutz to be the one who's, you know, nerfing, you know, going for space control, getting rid of potential setups early on. Raito goes a little bit too high there. Wait a minute. Hold on. Find it. Just use this Kiata jump. Kreutz gets there. Okay, nothing crazy gonna happen on the first round. Still, I think if I'm Kreutz, I see a real opportunity to strike though. Because Raito... Okay, Raito getting rid of the spring, gonna take that opportunity away. Raito was looking a lot less confident there before. That being said, what is Kreutz's plan here? That beautiful build. Beautiful build by Kreutz. Alright, for the uninitiated, there is an idea in UC8 strategy called micro. Micro is basically your ability, given any item, to find the best possible placement. Because, like, if you give Morphin a spike ball, he's going to find something crazy to build with it on the first turn. If you give a random player online a spike ball, they're not going to be able to make much of anything. That gap between that capability, that's what micro is. Kreutz's micro is incredible. The fact that he had an R-Saw, usually a useless item, and he found a way to create this, like, dynamic movement with that Kiata jump, that is really impressive. I think there are very few players who would spot something like that. Immediately going for... There are some places where you can use wires here, but... Okay, Kreutz has an opportunity. There is a corner wire jump here that he could force, but I don't know if that's something you want to do on the first turn, and arguably, I don't know if that's something you want to do against Raito at all. Okay, we got two black holes here. Is it going to go in that middle section with the drop down? Okay, wow, that could be killer. Two black holes next to each other, incredibly unpredictable. Kreutz as well, hold on. Wait, the rest of the map is hard enough that two of these early deaths, I think that could be the... Three of these early deaths, I think that could be the difference maker. We have yet to see how those black holes are going to play out. It's possible that they're a lot easier than they look, but I think they're just the right difficulty where one player could get this on their first try, and they very well could not. This could be a scoring round. Okay, I'll eat my words on that one. Black hole's gonna do them in. Okay. You spend 1 round setting up the black holes, 1 round getting rid of them. Okay, crossbows. Is there a build here that could be... Oh, wow. Wait, I actually wouldn't have thought to... That's smart. Okay, those arrows might look like they're doing nothing, but they're adding to the existing fast-flying arrows within the map. I think it's going to be really hard to predict how something like that works, though. Oh, look at this machine gun. Okay, Raito gets through with more lives, no less. Kreutz also through. Okay, hold on. Still in it. Neither player can find the edge here. Okay, a bit of an interesting build by Kreutz. That door. If he had reversed the door, he could have forced a squeeze out of that. And I feel like that would be something right up his alley, but maybe he doesn't want to bring up the difficulty until he can find a bigger advantage. Okay, Kreutz gonna build the same thing we saw in Aspera versus Tornado. We have the same wall super jump with the inner spin. Oh no, sorry, wait. You can get in on the left side there, I see. So not forced, but it is a threat. That is something that could be placed later down the line. Kreutz losing these 2 lives early could be instrumental. Unbelievable bailout by Kreutz. Just 2 lives left. He knows that every life counts, and even so, he manages to find the precision to get that bailout. Manages to get through the arrows, just needs it to slide off, and then he should be home free. Like this, anything can happen. Kreutz making it through. And he stays in it, all because of 1 beautiful bailout. Okay, Kreutz gets the wires. I think if anything, he's gonna want to force. Is he gonna want to force the super inner spin? That's the question. Okay, Raito didn't build fast enough, couldn't get it off. All of a sudden, Kreutz has a real build advantage. I don't know how strong it is, though. That setup could be good for Raito. Like that wire in that middle section there. Okay, but Kreutz has a spike ball. What's he going to do with it? I think he's going to set up the underspin. Oh no, wow. Oh. I'm a bit curious about that build. I feel like that's a more free-form type of movement, and I almost wonder if that becomes advantageous for Raito. Okay, so timing here is tight. You gotta jump over right as the arrow comes at you, then you gotta... Kreutz gets there. Raito, just 1 life left. Okay, Kreutz just needs to not fail this, and he's home free. 1-0 Kreutz. Okay, Raito gonna nerf the setup, but like we are at a risky point of the game. Raito can nerf all he wants, but if he can't find a way to kill Kreutz, it's not gonna mean much. Okay, that arrow could be huge. Okay, wait. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Because normally in a situation like this, in the last round, Kreutz placed something that Raito needs to nerf. Typically, you get build advantage, because in the time it takes Raito to nerf that setup, you can place another setup back down that helps you out. But Raito's arrow there is beautiful, because not only does it nerf the thing that Kreutz is advantaged in, it also works to add difficulty to the setup after in a way that's favorable to Raito. He's accomplishing two things with a single build and completely crushing the build advantage that Kreutz gained while doing it. Again, I'm just really impressed with Raito's building today. So, as advantage as it is, Kreutz is just a player of a caliber where you need something more. Okay, wait, does that thwomp even work? I think Kreutz himself is questioning the same thing. I think it doesn't. Kreutz is one of those oh wow, he places it anyways. All right. Oh wait, I see it. Wait, okay, that's a really cool build. Okay, so you need to bait out the thwomp so that it goes down, and then that gives you enough space to get through this gap here. Then you go down as the thwomp comes up, move to the left to get into that pocket, and then once the thwomp is back up, you have to quickly go down and do the slide. That is such a good build. Accomplishes so much with just a single item. Again, this is when I'm talking about micro, this is what I'm talking about. Kreutz's ability to find just an effective, complex build and force it with just one placement is arguably second to none. I feel like Morphin is the only one who's really any competition for him, typically, but... Okay, so Raito has the perception, he sees it. Okay, but you don't need to do the slide off, you can just go straight down, I see. Hold on, Kreutz down to 2 lives. Raito at the finish. Pressure's on. If you can die twice, you can die twice again. Wait, Kreutz doesn't see it. Okay, Kreutz, normally the king of perception. He doesn't see the good build, and all of a sudden, wait a minute. Kreutz fumbles in the home stretch. He still has one opportunity to make it here. Timer is going to be coming into play shortly. But speeding through this level, it might not matter. Kreutz. All right, Raito back in this. With just 3 rounds left, Kreutz up by 1. It was looking like it was his game for the taking, but Raito clawing his way back. All of a sudden, 2 turns left. Raito's advantage. What can Kreutz find? What kind of builds can we get here? I think Kreutz kind of fell into a trap. Because one thing that happens a lot of the time, if you have good micro and you can spot interesting, complex builds, I think a lot of people get blinded by that and don't focus enough on placing things that are specifically good for them. Because yes, that thwomp is a beautiful setup. But is it advantaged? I just don't think it is. Looking at it now, like Raito, even talking in hindsight, you know, hindsight's always gonna be 20/20. But I think he could have predicted that would be something Raito would be good at. Okay, wow, these arrows, it's really starting to look like a machine gun. I will say there is a danger. If you're using those arrows like that, you know, you've now placed 2 arrows to accomplish one thing, and if you just place a block above that portal, it doesn't matter. Okay, Kreutz making it through beautifully. Needs to get this swamp. Okay, going for the slide off, I feel like that's risky. Kreutz gets there, he's at the finish line. Raito right there with him. Okay, are we gonna see another tiebreaker? Have we had no shortage of tiebreakers? I promise, guys, it usually isn't this much. But when it comes to a tiebreaker, there is no player alive as good as Raito. I'm trying my best to think of a single time that Raito has lost in a tiebreaker, and I don't know if I can do it. I honestly think Raito has won every single tiebreaker that I've ever watched him play. He won against Bran in tiebreaker in the 10-year anniversary, won against Pausia in tiebreaker in Frostbite, won against Kreutz in tiebreaker in UCS Subsurface. Okay, wait, Kreutz finds his advantage. Going into the last round, all of a sudden things are looking good for him. Messes up that timing. This setup at the end of the map. I think this is what it's all going to come down to now. Okay, Raito finds the timing. Beautiful use of an app jump! Kreutz falling right behind. This is some seriously high level of play. Kreutz now sees the good method. Raito not going to get the jump height. Kreutz going to go for a wall jump, not quite going to get there. I feel like a wall jump is worse there. It's too far away from the spike ball. You don't have the jump height needed to give you the leniency for that precision. I think you've got to go for the 2-block. Raito does have the life advantage here. Kreutz fully down for the count. Wait a minute, Raito! That could have been game. He's done it once, he can do it again, and much, you know. This is Raito we're talking about. He's adapted. Every single attempt he gets at a setup will be better than the last. The only thing he needs to do is make it there in the first place, and he just can't get there. We are going to tiebreaker. All right, there's some history here. There is some history here because last time Morphin and Raito played in a tiebreaker, Kreutz famously choked it. He had the lead. He got an unbelievably hard setup. He managed to get there, and in the final moment, he died to something that a top player would never in a million years die to. It was just the pressure of seeing Raito coming up from behind him that forced a mistake. And now he has the opportunity to come back from that. Can Kreutz finally win a tiebreaker against Raito? Kreutz really struggling to find what to build. Beautiful. Getting rid of that tire is huge because, I mean, Raito nerfing the end. Notably, Raito is doing better. He's advantage in the earlier sections of the map, so nerfing the end just makes it more likely that he's the first one to get there. It's slightly behind. Speed could be a factor here. Okay, both of them making it through. Gotta get the drop down. Raito's through. Kreutz dead. Down for the count. And Raito is going to Grand Finals. Is this the comeback? Is this the return? Unbelievable. Not only is Raito playing at his best, not only is he getting his wins, but he's beating the best players in the world to get there. What a set. I mean, let this be a lesson. You know, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you have the pleasure of going up against Raito in tournament, don't let it go to tiebreaker. There is not one player alive better at them than him. So Raito making his return. Now we're going to be looking back at the loser's side of the bracket. I think we have Tornado versus Morphin still going on. We're waiting for the winner of that to play against Aimbot. So let's see, how long has this set been going on for? Okay, we might have a little bit of a wait for us. We might have a little bit of a wait. All right. In the meantime, I want to show anybody who hasn't seen this yet. I want to show you what happened the last time Morphin and Kreutz played in a tiebreaker. Because I think something very similar just happened. Just have a look, crazy hard, by the way. Holy bang, does it twice in a row. It feels to me, it feels like kind of a repeat, because the same thing just happened. Kreutz had the lead on Raito. He briefly had the lead on Raito, and just the pressure caused him to die to something that, you know, normally a top player wouldn't struggle with. I think that's like one of my favorite things about UCH. I said it before, but like the fact that you can't just take everything at face value. It's not just a game of, I'm good at this setup, my opponent is bad at this setup, you know, who's better mechanically. I feel like a lot of the time when you're playing like platforming games competitively, it's in the form of like speedrunning. You know, you're still competing against other people, but what you do and your inputs, they don't really, you know, it doesn't change depending on what your opponent does. They aren't based on that. But in UCH, like, pressure is just such a big factor, and like you make decisions based on what your opponent does. It feels like a one-of-a-kind game. Alright, so quick update from the loser side of the bracket. Morphin versus Tornado. It was 2-2 going into the last turn. Would you believe me if I told you that they're going into another tiebreaker? Wish we could watch this one, but we are just gonna have to patiently wait here. It hopefully won't be too long. Let me see, have they started? Because maybe we could watch the tiebreaker. We cannot. Alright, they are in it. Alright, well in that case, in the meantime, I guess we're just chilling here. It's just me and you. If you guys have any questions, you have anything you want me to talk about, feel free to ask. You know, we have a spare minute. Please, the Morphin Raito rematch needs to happen. I do want to see a Morphin Raito rematch. Especially, you know, grand finals after... Okay, let me draw a comparison here, because this is starting to feel eerily like Frostbite. Raito has an amazing tournament. He makes it to winners finals. He beats Pausia to get there. He beats Kreutz to get there. And then he's, you know, staring down the barrel of a Morphin grand finals. Potentially, you know, Morphin has to make it there first, but... Could we be seeing the past repeating itself? I guess I don't need to type. How do you think this stage list fares up compared to other good ones like Distortion or Terra Incognita? I think this is up there. I think the stage list is great. Like let's look at all the maps we have, because we haven't played on all of them. But we've got, I think Night Watch, the one that we saw in Tornado vs. Kreutz, I think that one's a little bit weaker. It's a really small map. It's good, but it's just a bit too short. The map we just saw, Sci-Fi Sickness, at first I wasn't sold on the gimmicks you see in this map, but every set that I've seen played so far, like, there are really interesting things that get set up using those gimmicks. I love it. Digital Metropolis, the one we saw, Morphin vs. Raito, and Kreutz vs. Aimbot right after that, a great map. Data Sorter, Raito vs. Pausia, another great map. Honestly, just looking at all these stages, like this is definitely one of the best stage lists I've seen. Bojack, do you have any idea if there will be a discount for UCH on Xbox because there is one on Steam? I'm not sure. Do you have any advice for newer players like started yesterday? My biggest advice is just play the game. I think a lot of people, they want to get into competitive UCH, but it looks so intimidating because you need to join a Discord filled with people you don't know in a game that you're not experienced with and join tournaments or, you know, ping for people to play with. A lot of people are scared to make that first step. Don't be afraid. Oh my god, wait. Don't be afraid. Wait, I'm just realizing when I showed you guys the short, my desktop audio was off. You guys didn't hear any of that. Oops. yeah, I'd say just play the game. Go do the Terry's guides. In the near future, in the very near future, there will be a better way to get into the game. And in fact, I can offer it now. I'm working on a training mod, which basically just teaches you all the fundamentals you need to know. If you're interested, like if you're new to the game, or even like relatively experienced but just not a competitive player, if you are interested in playtesting the practice mod, join my Discord server. Leave a message in playtesting registration. I'm still accepting applicants. Anyone who wants in, the more data I can collect, the better. Tomorph game is over. All right, who won it? Morphin. Okay, Morphin won in the end against Aimbot. I think we need to go to more players for this one. Aimbot's in. Alright, we're gonna be playing on Sci-Fi Sickness again. I'm down for it. I am down for it. Alright, good luck. I'll put the predictions up if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube and you want predictions, you know, come join us on Twitch. Prediction is live. Who you got? Both players taking cannons right away. I like that. I think cannons are strong. I think they are slept on. Okay, Morphin going for the 2-block squeeze. Am I crazy? Shouldn't you just 5-block squeeze this? Yeah, Morphin gets it. Oh, with 2 wires, there is something big you can do here. I think Morphin sees it. You could place the exact same 2 wires that Kreutz placed against Raito, where like you're forced to go to the left and then jump in. I think Morphin recognizes that that's something Aimbot might want to place, and yeah, good call. Okay, wait, Morphin gets the Ferris wheel. This could be huge. So I'm wait, both of them with the Ferris wheel. Okay, this is dangerous territory though, because Ferris wheels, you know, for those of you who know about emergent space, Ferris wheels are great for creating chaos, for creating emergent space, and I would argue that that's something Morphin is better at than Aimbot. But when playing the game of UCH, especially when there's like a mismatch in skill, it's not just about who's good at what, it's also about limiting volatility. And things like Ferris wheels. If you can create a complex setup that requires you to figure it out before you can do it, you're always running the risk that the worst player just figures it out first. Even if it's something you're better at, it just makes the game so binary. It's like either you find the timing or you don't. And that is a real risk. How do I download mods from that? If you want to download mods, I actually made a mod loader recently. Here you go. Okay, what is the plan with these wires? I feel like not getting much there, Morphin. Oh, okay, wow. Inner spin, Forest, who got the dynamite? Aimbot did. I'm impressed so far with Aimbot's building. Because like a lot of the time at top level, UCH isn't just about like creating setups that you see. It's about you can create setups that you don't see. A lot of the time, like really good players, we have the pattern recognition necessary where like, you know, Morphin can see a build 5 turns before it actually exists. He can see a space and recognize that like, you know, under the right conditions, this kind of thing could be placed here. So like, a lot of the time, the way you build against each other isn't by just countering what's directly in front of you, it's by controlling the space where people would want to place something strong. If you can get it done ahead of time, it's strong. Okay, wait, Aimbot gets the 2-block squeeze all of a sudden. Is there any difficulty in the rest of the map? That's the question. Or is this going to be a point? Aimbot, this could be a huge upset. Still needs to get this. Not gonna get there. Turns a little bit too early. If I'm Morphin, I'm letting out a sigh of relief after that one. Going down early, especially against someone who, you know, typically would be considered worse than you as a player, it's scary. It's scary. It puts on the pressure like nothing else. And clawing back a victory when you've already been scored on, like, you need to find a good build. It puts the onus onto you. Interesting. Wait, are we sure about this? Okay, Morphin's playing an aggressive game here. But, okay, wait. At a glance, it's working out. Like, Aimbot got the 2-block squeeze last time. It was advantage for him. But placing that cannon just completely changes the setup before it enough that, you know, Morphin doesn't want to play just to prevent his opponent from having an advantage. He wants to find a way to create an advantage himself. And honestly, I feel like that's the right play. In a spot like this. But it's tricky. It's been so long since 2-block squeezes were meta, and I feel like Aimbot is a tech monster. Morphin does get there. Now Aimbot needs to hit the thing that he failed last time, not gonna get there. Notably, it looks to me like Aimbot struggles with 1-frame jump heights. It seems like that's the kind of thing that really helps with a setup like that. Okay, neither player managing to get there. Okay, Morphin with the dynamite. It looks to me like Aimbot took the plank just to make sure that Morphin cannot bomb. Okay, wait. This is a really interesting moment in building here. Because Aimbot, there are 2 things you could do. Either Morphin bombs the 3x1 plank at the end and reinstates the advantage, or... Yep, okay. There were 2 things. The other option was what just happened, where Aimbot wants to set the 2-block squeeze back up, so Morphin hovers his dynamite there to prevent him from doing so. Okay, but all of a sudden, I mean, there's not enough difficulty in the map for anything to happen. This is an intermediary round where I don't think... We're just setting up for what's to come still. Oh, wait, who's this guy? What's he doing here? Okay, wait, this is a brilliant build. Wait a minute! Sometimes even the best of builds aren't gonna make the difference. Okay, Morphin. Crazy risk with that movement there, but he still just goes for it. Morphin speeding through. I love these cannon bait setups. I really do. Morphin gets there, doesn't get the one frame from low enough. Aimbot gonna get there. Hold on. 1-0. Only 4 rounds remaining too. Morphin needs to find something, and he needs to find it now. Okay, I like Morphin's building though. This mortar forcing a little bit more time into that cannon bait, something that Aimbot seemed to struggle with more than Morphin did. This is a big moment for Aimbot, because like I said earlier, he has been on the come up. He is growing, and you know, nowadays it's not ridiculous to say that he's a top player. But even so, like, there are levels to it. At the very top, you can be a top player and still not really have a chance against people like Morphin and Kreutz, but this is big. Aimbot proving that he does have what it takes to stick with the big dogs. Okay, Morphin. Not gonna get there. This map is in a strong state though. Like, every single round right now is a scoring round. Unless Aimbot can find a way to make it, you know, notably easier or notably harder. We are looking at a scoring round. I think Morphin probably just had to go get his food or something, but losing that dynamite is a huge loss. Especially, okay, beautiful black hole though. I like what Aimbot's doing here. This is not the time. Morphin, for some reason or another, had to go AFK, but this is the most critical building round in the entire game. Okay, well, Aimbot gets to build with no opposition. Okay, Morphin. Looks like he's back. Morphin. Already down to his last life. Now, all of a sudden, Morphin, only 2 lives left. If he's gonna make this comeback, you know, it's gonna be tight. Every single life lost is looking good for Aimbot. I honestly see an argument for nerfing the start. I see a really strong argument. Like, originally this was a good build for Morphin, but I think more than anything, like, that setup at the end is volatile enough that it could lead to a point. And I don't think, you know, down by a point with 2 rounds left, I don't think you can afford to, you know, only try and play the best things you can. I think you need to take any possible opportunity to score that you can get. Morphin. Okay, he gets the squeeze. Morphin is a very confidence-based player. If he feels confident that he can hit something, he will. And oh, wait a minute! Morphin makes it through. This is his chance. Morphin, can we tie up the game? The timing. Really unfortunate death. That could have been it. That being said, there was still enough difficulty afterwards that a point was anything but guaranteed. Into the final round. Tournament life on the line. Aimbot really thinking about this one. Yeah, he's just gonna get rid of Morphin's build. I mean, as far as tilt goes, you just can't afford. You can't afford to play something right away. Place the squeeze. Okay, there's more to it than this looks like. I feel like at a surface level, it looks like Morphin is making a bunch of risky movements and just dying for it. But again, like I said before, Morphin is a confidence-based player. If he is confident that he can hit something, he can hit it. So a lot of the time, Morphin will play in an intentionally risky way to try and build his confidence back up. Okay, last life. This is it. Down to the wire. Not gonna get there. Aimbot, in a major upset, takes it over Morphin. So we're gonna get a rematch. Points against Aimbot is up next. Okay, hold on. I'm thinking about this now. Where did Fish get eliminated? Poutsy as well. Oh wow, okay. Poutsy lost to Numa. Fish lost to Tornado. What map are we playing on? Still waiting on stage bans. Alright, predictions live. This is the rematch. Kreutz beat Aimbot in the winner's bracket. But with how Aimbot is looking right now, I mean, I could see this going either way. I think it will be a bit more of a tough matchup. Because Aimbot is exceptionally good when it comes to tech. Anything that you can practice, Aimbot has practiced it more than you. This guy is a grinder. But Kreutz is no slouch. I think Morphin is a much more free-form style of player, but Kreutz is every bit as good at tech skill as Aimbot is. Nothing crazy in the first round. Okay, are we gonna be seeing the same, almost the same game as last time, where it's just a whole bunch of half block jumps? I think that's what Kreutz wants to force early, but I mean, it's risky. There's just a lot of volatility. Oh wow, okay, wait, Kreutz. Forcing, not the one frame, but forcing jump height from down below. Or not forced, you can still... This is hard. This is really hard. Doing precision when you can't really see what's going on below you. Like, precision is all about vision. If you can't see what you're, trying to hit, you're not gonna hit. Okay, Kreutz gets the jump, doesn't go for the second half block. Aimbot does have an extra life over Kreutz here, but no more. I would argue Kreutz's advantage. Just looking at things, Kreutz's attempts have been better, more consistent. What are we doing? Come on, guys. Someone's got to go first. Okay. The rock, paper, scissors meta in Ultimate Chicken Horse is insane. Kreutz, so close, not going to get there. This precision, this is another one of those half block precisions. We've been seeing them pop up all day, where not only do you need to get the half block, you need to get it from a specific point on the block. And for this one, you need to get it from as high as you possibly can. If you go too low, you don't have enough space to NST and get the half block that comes after. Oh wow, okay. Forcing the full squeeze immediately. Good move by Aimbot. I think this is something that he's not losing to anyone on, realistically. So now the question is, I mean, I think you can just wall jump over this now, right? I don't think you need to go for the half block. But Aimbot gonna go for it anyways, not gonna get there. Unfortunately, goes for the spin jump. Oh, it's not getting the full squeeze, or the 5 block. Okay, finally gets one attempt at this. This could be another one of those situations where Aimbot doesn't see the method and Kreutz does, and Kreutz just waits. Because this looks like just a wall jump to me, no? Yeah, okay. The fact that Kreutz hasn't gone yet means he sees it. And he wants to wait to see if Aimbot sees it too. The entire game could ride on this rock, paper, scissors. Okay, Kreutz doesn't want to go for it. No one wants to be the player to go first, but as soon as the timer's on the screen, like, it doesn't really matter. Okay, the time is now. If you're gonna go for it now. Kreutz sees it, doesn't go from low enough. I almost wonder, is a hover jump necessary there? Probably not. I think you can just do jump height and be fine. Alright, so everything, I mean, more or less gutted now. Both of the contentious setups in the last round are nerfed. I don't think we're going to be seeing any struggles here. Okay, beautiful build by Kreutz, by the way. This is another one of those situations where, like, you can't wait for the timer to come up, because Aimbot, with those wires, has the potential to place them down so that Kreutz can't place the LSAW. Or at least not in the way that he wants to. So placing it immediately forces that out of him. Oh, wow. Okay, how does that work? Oh, wait a minute, this is just a crouch. This is just a crouch, of course. What is this? This is such a strange setup. How do you get through after? So what, you have to do a half block jump so that you can hit the thwomp as it comes back and then spin jump to the other side? Okay, Aimbot with the knowledge check. Alright, I need to make a call. This is a confusing moment because there is a knowledge check ban in place. Is this a knowledge check? I feel like it is. And I feel like the way that he was playing was super intentional. I feel like the way he was playing was super intentional, like trying to hide it from Kreutz so that he could hit the knowledge check. All right. Bro, what just happened? Alright, very strange, very strange. I think I must have activated the wrong mod. The knowledge, okay, I will say the knowledge check ban will probably be confusing to a lot of people watching. I think it'll be very confusing. I'll explain it at another point. Right now, let's get back into the game. The main idea is just that, like, knowledge checking is horrible for the game. It is the single thing that drives people away the most. So we have a system in place where, like, knowledge checking is not allowed, and if you knowledge checks specifically are setups that are like easy when you know how to do it, but the only way to get through the setup is having labbed out the setup before. The whole idea is that in UCH there are too many things. Because you can place any number of blocks in any number of positions, in any number of combinations, there are more things than any one person could ever know. So the most effective strategy for winning the game is just spending all of your time in free play and labbing these setups out that you can only complete if you've already labbed them out. How do you determine what is a knowledge check and what is just a specific skill? I'm the referee for this. I use my best judgment. I have enough experience in the game that, like, you can tell. And especially in this case, like, just the fact that... Wow. Just the fact that Aimbot clearly knew how to do it. It's a setup where you are only going to do it if you know how to do it, and he was holding on until the very end to go for it. It's clear that the intention of that setup was to knowledge check. I think that's the first time the knowledge check ban has ever actually come into play. Usually it just acts as a deterrent more than anything. Not carrying a life here. All right, my mic seems to just, I don't know why it's having these problems today, but it's pretty frustrating. But we are back. It's not hitting his 1 frames. Again, one of those skills that Kreut's the best at. Struggling right now. Kreut's has lives. Just 2 turns left. Honestly, a lot of respect to Aimbot saying like, I don't care what you think, like I will beat you on my own merit. Get there. I think to me, like, this feels like pressure more than anything. I think 1 frame jumps are exactly the kind of thing that like, Kreutz does not miss. But now, 2 rounds left, down 1 point, you know, staring down the barrel of a huge upset. This is where those kind of things just stop working for you. And Aimbot successfully recognizing that Kreutz is just not hitting the 1 frames right now. He is spamming them. Taking his time. Really trying to get a feel for the setup. Aimbot as well. Relax, peace. All this waiting is a little bit worrisome. I wonder if they're going to get to use up their lives. getting it. Okay, Kreutz gets there, narrowly avoids the Wrecking Ball. All that stands in his way is a one frame with precision. Kreutz gets it. This is his bread and butter. Kreutz, are you going to make this comeback? Aimbot, down to the last life, still has the opportunity to bring this match back in control. But this setup has been causing him grief. If he can't get it, 17 seconds on the clock. If he can't get it now. And Kreutz back in the game! And important to note, one turn left. If this goes to tiebreaker, right now, Kreutz is advantaged. This is not a neutral state. This is Kreutz ahead. Aimbot placing another one frame. I think Kreutz is just gonna place. Okay, Kreutz isn't afraid of it. He's not backing down. Okay. Kreutz honestly looking like Raito right now. The way that he hits it once and all of a sudden he just has it down. Still, that precision towards the end might cause him trouble. I almost wonder if it would have been worth it for Kreutz to use the arrow to just counter the one frame. Not getting the precision. Still 2 attempts left. Kreutz so consistent at everything in the earlier section of the map. That being said, Aimbot for the first time making it through. He's shown that he's good at precision. He's shown he's good at the one frames. Makes it through all of a sudden. Kreutz, despite clawing his way back in the final turn, he only has 2 lives left to prevent himself from losing right here, right now. Kreutz. It's the precision, doesn't get the one frame. Last life. Timer's on. He needs to get the right timing with this Wrecking Ball. He needs it now. He gets there. Pressure's mounting. Kreutz not gonna get it. Aimbot in a massive upset victory is going to grand finals against Raito. Say what you have to, but that win was absolutely deserved. At every step of the way, Aimbot was willing to say, you know what? It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm willing to prove that I can beat you through skill alone. And now, having done just that, he's staring down the barrel of potentially an even greater monster, Raito. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, grand finals. second to Raito to get in here. Raito doesn't want to use more players mod. Just gotta reload the mod. Alright, it is time. Grand Finals is here. Both of these players had to beat Morphin and Kreutz, the two dominant rank 1 and rank 2 players in the world for the past, what, 3 seasons? Both of them had to take down those Titans to make it here. And now, the final moment. Okay, prediction is live. I am a big fan of this map. From before, I mean, Raito was looking great here against Palacio. We'll see how it applies against Aimbot. I feel like Aimbot, as good as he is at tech skill, there's just a lot of opportunities to place that kind of stuff here. Aimbot gonna place the curve super jump. He is. Raito, is he gonna counter? Yeah. I'm surprised Aimbot placed that as early as he did. Like a curve super jump surely should be a huge advantage, no? Still no issues for either player. Oh wow, what a strange Thwomp build. That could be tough. A beautiful spike ball from Aimbot, forcing the precision towards the end and back towards the wall. Okay, Raito, first try, no issue. Somehow the flower is the thing that stops him. Okay, and notice the difference in approaches. Raito just goes for it as fast as he can, whereas Aimbot baits the Thwomps in a specific way such that the top Thwomp doesn't activate the first time he goes through. It gives him a little bit more leniency, but it's more complex. And there, yeah, Aimbot, same thing. We'll see, was seeing this just one time enough for Raito, or is he still going to go for it? Not going to go for it through speed. So Raito did manage to get through the Thwomps again, but that set up in the end, proving to be difficult for both of them. Aimbot has one shot. Now, a reminder to everyone, this is a double elimination tournament, so Aimbot does need to win twice if he wants to win it all. Can't really find the timing here. I think he's going to run out of time. At a certain point, you just have to go for it. Okay, gets there. 4 seconds left. Technically, there's enough time. Is he going to go for it? I gotta say, that was close, though. Raito. I will say, given how Aimbot is advantaged in the earlier sections with the Thwomps, I feel like Raito needs to find something strong that he can place in now. I think a Wrecking Ball over that section in the middle with the 2 moving blocks could be huge. Because right now, like, if Aimbot's more likely to make it through the Thwomps and the end section is no longer difficult, what's stopping him from scoring? And Raito. Again, wait, nerfing the end? I feel like that's a risky play. Advantage might mean nothing to a guy like Raito. Speeds through it. Doesn't get the jump height, though. I think Raito maybe got a little bit too confident in his movement. Now, all of a sudden, Aimbot has made it Raito, however, has adapted. Not quite on the jump height. He tries left. It feels cliche, but like watching Raito play, you really do see it. Like, he was struggling with that setup so much before, but as soon as he gets it, like every time it gets better, and once he has it for good. All of a sudden, something that I would say was advantage for Aimbot, I would argue that that is Raito's setup now. I think it's better for him. What's the play with the arrow? I think, again, putting an arrow in this middle section, the moving blocks, could be incredible for Raito. Because I think Raito's trying to beat Aimbot at his own game. You know, Aimbot, really good with tech skill, really good at things that he's already practiced or things he's seen before. Raito is the king of chaos. There is not a single player in the world better at navigating through complex, chaotic, emergent setups than he is. but I feel like he doesn't rely on it nearly enough when it comes to his building. Again, through with no issue. I do like this arrow. I don't think it does enough yet. I really don't. Wow. Raito making it through because he placed his block at the exact same time as Aimbot, which allows you to clip the blocks into each other. Okay, Aimbot down to 2 lives. We're at a state in the match where anything could happen. The first point, especially a full halfway through the game, is going to be everything. Aimbot, last life, final opportunity. Aimbot makes it through. Wait a minute, Aimbot didn't. He got a 4-frame jump height instead of a 5. A single frame is the difference between a point scored and Aimbot staying in this match. Still, 4 rounds left after this, so 5 rounds left. Aimbot still has plenty of opportunity to make it happen, but he has to be the one to make it happen. Raito wants nothing to do with that precision. He recognizes this is a good state for him to be in this map right now as it is. Why change anything? I'm surprised nobody's tried to bomb that Elsa in the middle. You can do some crazy stuff with the thwomps. If you bomb the Elsa in the middle, that thwomp setup is actually incredible. Wait. Raito again, cleanly getting through. Aimbot has been struggling a lot with this middle section here. I think now that bottom thwomp is gone, it could change things, but even so, pressure is taking over. If Raito goes up 2-0 here, I think it's his game to lose. Aimbot completely missing the jump. 1 life left. Great job recognizing that you weren't properly aligned to go for it. Here, the timing works out nicely. Aimbot makes it through. All that's left is the easier setups. For the 1 life, your entire tournament on the line, the biggest win in your UCH career, hanging in the balance, and that's enough to tip the scales. Raito, 2-0, 4 rounds left. This would be Raito's first big win in a long time. And, I mean, even more than that, the path he took to get here is nothing short of inspirational. Beating Pausia, into Morphin, into Kreutz, and now potentially just 4 rounds away from beating Aimbot. This could be one of the biggest wins of his tournament career. Okay, Aimbot nerfing the end. I think the map is a little bit too easy for Raito, though. Like, if Aimbot can't find a real nerf to make... Oh, sorry, a real buff. Something hard. It's gonna be tricky. Raito doing a good job, waiting to build until the very last second. Oh, wow, okay, wait. Beautiful build by Raito. Raito sees you don't need the half block there. Gets through. Okay, genuinely, how many times has Raito missed the Thwomp setup? He spent an entire round just not able to get it. He was struggling after that. And ever since then, I think he genuinely hasn't missed it once. All of a sudden, Raito at the flag. We might not need 4 rounds. We might need just 1. If Aimbot can't get it here, it's over. Aimbot going for the half block and not going to get it. 2 lives left. Aimbot, with your tournament life on the line, the greatest run you've ever had, do you have what it takes to bring it home? All we can do is wait. But we won't have to. Aimbot down. Raito takes it 3-0, which means Raito is your Firewall champion. It's been a long time, and I feel like so many of us have been waiting for this, but Raito comes out on top. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, to both players, really. For Aimbot, this feels like such a breakout tournament for me. You know, up until now, he's been grinding. He's been improving fast. He's been a top player for some time now, but I would never feel comfortable saying that he's decisively one of those players at the top. But after today, there is no doubt. And Raito, after a long drought, it seems, finally gets his big win. I want to say thank you to everyone who watched. Huge shout-outs to Ozzy for running this tournament. It went wonderfully. This has been Firewall. Thanks for watching. Oh, wait. Actually, no, hold on. I should say a few things. If you are interested in watching more tournaments in the future, you know, either subscribe, follow on Twitch, whatever. If you aren't in the competitive UCH Discord, join it. There is a role that you can select which gets you pinged anytime a tournament's taking place, so you can watch stuff like this. If you're looking to get into the game, if you are newer, and you are interested in playtesting a training tool mod that I'm creating, please join my Discord. Send a message in there. Register. I need all the data I can get. I think that covers everything. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thanks to Ozzy for hosting, and congratulations, Raito, your Firewall champion. Wait. Everyone, don't leave yet. I forgot one thing. I forgot one crucial thing. I cannot believe I forgot this. Let me pull it up. All right. Next weekend, we've got another big tournament coming for you. We have Limelight. This is a tournament meant for those advanced and below only. Not only is there a $50 prize pool, but there's another prize. The winner of this tournament will be given expert in the UCH Discord. If this is something that interests you, register today. Tournament takes place next week. Let me just make sure. I feel like I read it right. Let me make sure I didn't miss the date on that. I'm fairly certain it's next week, but I should check. Okay, yeah. Limelight, July 25th. I believe it'll be at 11 a.m. EST. So go, register now. Limelight. It'll be a great event. Bye for real this